it over to Mika. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I heard clear and loud? All right. I have it. Okay, now there's some echo coming here. Okay, now it stops. Well, now there seems to be some back echo, but I try not to let it disturb. Anyway, I have an honor to to be invited to tell you about the present status of our spent or used nuclear fuel final disposal project in Finland. I will try to touch as many aspects of the project as possible, and we'll use some half an hour, 35 minutes for the presentation, and after that you will have time for at least some questions. So my name is Mika Pohjonen, and I work as managing director for Posiva Solutions, which is Posiva Oy, and Posiva Oy means limited liability company. So Posiva is a private company owned by two nuclear utilities in Finland, Teollisuuden Voima and Fortum PLC. They are private companies. Fortum PLC is stock listed company. And our mission is the safe and cost-efficient final disposal of spent nuclear fuel. We do employ at the moment approximately 90 people, and in addition we buy approximately 100 external person years of high-level expertise. And now for a few years we have had, and we will have still 1 year, approximately 150 construction workers on our site. Our turnover, which is a nice name for a cost, because we are a cost for our owners, was last year 130 million approximately. And Posiva Solutions is a subsidiary of Posiva because of the high demand of Posiva's experiences and expertise. So a subsidiary was established to consult in other countries having these projects ongoing in different phases. So I show you a photo of our home island, which is in southwestern coast of Finland, approximately 300 kilometers from Helsinki. It's called Olkiluoto. We have here 3 nuclear units. I try to get the pointer options here. So we do have 3 nuclear units, Olkiluoto 1 and 2, which are old ones, 40 years old already, but got just 20 year more operating time. We have Olkiluoto 3, which is quite much delayed from its schedule, but it is now in commission test runs and will be taken into commercial use in only December, 2 months from now. At the power plants, we do have interim storage for spent fuel, which is a wet storage, and there the spent or used nuclear fuel, we use here the term spent nuclear fuel, is stored for 40 years before it can be or before it will be disposed of. We do have a repository for operational waste, which means low and intermediate level waste coming from the power plant operations and maintenances, and that repository has been in operation since 1992, so 30 years. Space reservation, there is space reservation for final disposal of the decommissioning waste of the plants whenever the time comes, after 20 years of from now, maybe even later, the decommissioning. And here in the forefront we see the so-called Onkalo area. Our project or our area is named Onkalo, which means some kind of a cavern in English, I would say. And there we are constructing the encapsulation plant at the moment, or that is ready. The building is ready. We have had there already long time. Ventilation and hoisting buildings, and the entrance driving ramp to Onkalo is here. So this is This is our home island. If I go to the history of our project, when the first nuclear units in Finland were started in the end of 1970s, the government made soon after that decision that the spent fuel must be disposed of in Finland, and we need to select the site by approximately year 2000 and then start the final disposal in 2020s. So far we have been able to stick to the schedule for 40 years. So our site selection lasted approximately 17 years. We were first in the world to do that, starting from 1983 and ending to the site selection and government and parliament approved decision in principle in 2001. So that was a relatively long period. When I later talk about site selection and things related to that, you must remember that that happened already 20 years ago here. Then after that, we started the detailed design and concept and facilities, and also constructing the underground research facility Onkalo, which will be part of the final disposal facility when we start the operation. We were granted the construction license, which is a second step in the Finnish licensing process, in 2015, and we started construction in 2016. And our owners did a big decision in 2019 when they decided that we will build an encapsulation plant, which is a quite high tech plant, and then the project kind of the rest of the timetable was sealed then. End of last year, we submitted a nice 17,000 page operating license application in schedule. And then we expect, of course, it's out of our hands. We expect that it will take approximately 3 years to handle it with the authorities, and we assume we will get operating license in 2025. And we are having our schedule set for operation start at 2025. The final disposal process will take more than 100 years, not because we are slow, but because of the new nuclear unit, Olkiluoto 3, will start this year, and it will operate from 60 to 80 years. So that's why our operation time is quite long. What we have done in Onkalo so far, it goes down to the depth of 450 meters. The final disposal level here is 420 meters below ground, and all the parts you see in this ramp part and the red part and the green part, they are ready today. And in fact, we have, after finalizing these first 5 disposal tunnels, we have now stopped excavations after 14 years of excavating, and the next excavations will happen when these 5 tunnels have been filled with used nuclear fuel, and we need the next tunnels. So we have done intensive research and development work there. We have investigated the bedrock, we have developed construction methods, and we have implemented dozens and dozens of tests and demonstrations. And as I mentioned, Onkalo has been designed to be a part of the final repository. This is different from many other countries who usually have a separate laboratory, underground laboratory. It has the benefit that we do get the information from the real final disposal site, not some laboratory site. So we are quite proud to say that we do have a solution for the final disposal of spent fuel, and by that we solve the last big question in producing carbon-free sustainable nuclear energy. Our concept can be seen in this picture. So encapsulation plant is here above ground. Then we do have shafts. There are personal shafts, ventilation shafts, and then canister shaft, and then final disposal tunnels are here. And in the tunnel, this bigger picture shows that there is copper canister with cast iron inside. It's surrounded by bentonite blocks, and the tunnel in the end phase, when the tunnel, all the holes are filled, the tunnel is backfilled with bentonite. So this is our concept. What I would like to emphasize is that we started 40 years ago. We have spent 1.4 billion euros now for development and also construction in this phase in the last 5-6 years, and we have applied a kind of an iterative and stepwise concept development and testing strategy, so that we do not. This is quite linear, this flow chart here, but in fact one has to return always to the frozen items and see why was it so, and can there be more information, etc. So this is a kind of an iterative level. We describe our progress by using the NASA scale of technical readiness level, where readiness level 1 is the very preliminary phase, and readiness level 9 is so-called ready to fly, so implementable level, and we are now in the approximately here to start the trial run of final disposal next year, and that is the level 8 if we use this NASA scale to concretize this development. Today, the project status above ground looks like this. This was more than a year ago, the construction site of the encapsulation plant. There you can see the hot cell where the fuel elements will be removed from the transport container and then inserted into our canister solution, and then they move through different phases, approximately to here where there starts the shaft down to 420 meters. Last December, the site building started to be quite ready, and the first installation started. Equipment and machinery installations, and this May, a few months ago, the building was finished, and the installations inside are ongoing at the moment. So you can find a lot of information. For example, on YouTube, you will have process descriptions, very kind of clear and concrete animations, information on all levels if you are interested to see more information of our project. So it's just go to Posiva's YouTube channel or Posiva Solutions YouTube channel, and you will get a lot of material and information of this. Of course, our web pages also have links, and they have material, so you can drill deeper into this very superficial information I have time to give in this presentation. Those were views from inside the encapsulation plant, so you have a little bit idea how it looks like. This is a hot cell, and this is the corridor where the canisters are moving and the different operations are done for those, and this is the shaft down to 400 meters. We do have normal transport casks which we will use. Our units, the 3 nuclear units I showed in the first slide, they are only 2 kilometers away, 1.5 kilometers away from the final disposal. Then we do have another nuclear power plant in Finland. It's approximately 300 kilometers. It's on the southern coast, and it is 300 kilometers away from the final disposal site, and the transport of spent fuel will be done either by sea or by road. We have not decided that yet, because that one is something like 20 years in the future, 15 years in the future. But both transport means are feasible. We do have because Sweden has 4 nuclear sites, and they have central storage for used fuel. They are transporting by ship all their spent fuel to the central storage annually, and that's why they do have this kind of a ship, which is also they rent outside, so we can use their ship if we end up in the sea transport. How it looks underground, these are, I would say this is a central hall for the canister receiving station. Of course, this is some pictures or photo of excavation. And then we have got now we have had a lot of prototype machinery which we have developed and tested during the last 20 years or so. Now we start to have the production or operation phase machinery completed and transported here into the technical facilities underground. So the disposal facility, as I showed, all this is now ready. In the first smaller picture, you saw lots of other tunnels, which will be lot more tunnels, which will be then excavated when these first tunnels are filling. So we are going step by step to avoid creating big hollow space in the bedrock. So approximately 5 tunnels at the time will be filled, and at the same time next five will be excavated. Tunnel construction, well, you saw some bigger technical facility pictures, and these pictures or photos are from the final disposal tunnels, which are now the 5 first are ready. They are as small as they get, approximately 4 meters high, 3 meters wide, 300 meters long. And as I mentioned, we do have a personal shaft, we have canister shaft. They are photoed here, and then we do have 2 ventilation shafts inside inward ventilation and outward blowing the used air outward. So 4 shafts. So these are the technical facilities, which there's some development. This was in September 2 years ago, and here is last year December situation from the same place. So these places for maintenance and storage of equipment, and also the social facilities, meaning cafeteria and etc. These are more or less ready today. As I mentioned, we submitted the world's first operating license application for Deep Geological Repository. This is the abbreviation we use, last December. And I mentioned that it is 17,000 pages e-document, of course, so we don't have truckloads of paper here, but everything is accessible and cross-referenced and at use of the authorities in electronic form, and summaries of these 17,000 pages will be on Posiva's web page at some point this year, whenever we get them ready to that format and upload it. So if you are interested, you can download and read those there. So our internal schedule was held. In fact, the internal schedule was 31st of. It was set 10 years ago, and it was 31st of December, but we managed to squeeze 1 day out of it. So this is half joke. But anyway, we held the schedule. And now there will be, of course, lots of reviewers. The most important reviewer is called STUK. This is the Finnish Radiation Safety Authority, Nuclear and Radiation Safety Authority, and they are the main reviewer, but there are also several other reviewers, and also, of course, the applications also can be commented by public and NGOs and different other stakeholders. And we are planning to use 1.5 years to reply to possible. And of course, there are questions, there are comments, there are requests for additional clarifications. We have not yet got any because the handling of the license application is still ongoing, but we assume starting to reply those quite soon, and we assume that the earliest time would be latter half of 24 when we would get the operating license. Maybe the most It is, of course, common operating license for the whole system, for the encapsulation and underground activities. And then what it is important there is that the safety, long-term safety is demonstrated, and the short-term safety, or meaning operational time safety, the 100 years is demonstrated. And personnel management processes are described, plans and technologies are described, and nuclear radiation environmental safety issues are addressed. So this is how the place will look like in approximately 100 years, or in fact a little bit more. It will have approximately 70 kilometers of tunnels, and we have a quite simple inventory, so simple amount of nuclear waste or spent fuel in Finland. We have 5 reactors at the moment, and this is dimensioned to get all the waste, or accommodate all the waste from those 5 reactors, which will be approximately 6,500 tons of uranium in 3,250 canisters. And the depth I mentioned already, the footprint of the whole system is 2 square kilometers. If you would take it up to the surface, it's 2 square kilometer, and total excavation volume approximately 2 million square meters of rock. If I take the next aspect, it's a public acceptance. And as I mentioned, our company history goes back to 1970s, when the construction of the first nuclear units were started on Olkiluoto Island. And at that time, it was not very common that industry talked with ordinary people. It was not common in 70s, not in 80s. Maybe it started in 90s. But for some reason, and that reason was, you see the old picture from beginning of 70s or in mid 70s. At that time, CEO of our mother company, Teollisuuden Voima, the nuclear utility, he was convinced that he must show people what we are doing, and he started this culture of bringing people to see the construction site and explain to them what we are doing, how it will work, etc. So this was kind of a culture of transparency, which was at that time very rare, and it's more kind of a common, it's a practice nowadays. But I would say that we have had our transparency policy in place since that. We jump back to the history, to the 1990s, because this is what is actual in Canada just now, that the main issues on the local level in 1990s, when our site selection process was ongoing, were of course impact on the image of the municipality, on tourism, markets of local agricultural products, impacts on housing and real estate markets, and overall quality of life. Safety, of course, releases from the facility, transportation, accident, scientific and technical possibilities to assess the long-term safety, how it can be done for 100,000 years. And then, of course, the benefits, tax revenues, employment opportunities. These were the kind of main issues. And we made measurements in 1998, just before Eurajoki is our home municipality. The island is Olkiluoto. Just before the submission of decision in principle, and then 8 years later, when we had constructed or started constructing the underground research facility Onkalo, and we see that. And there's a reference municipalities in 1998. What was in these municipalities which don't really know about this, and kind of a random municipalities selected around Finland. How do you think that if this kind of a project would be implemented, how would it affect? But we can concentrate on looking at these two uppermost graphs, which tell that about the attractiveness of local products. There were something like 20% who thought that it might decrease, and no impact was most common answer. But after discussing with and and interacting with our company for 8 years. Of course, we had been present there quite a long time before already, and site selection phase lasted 17 years. So after that, only 5% thought that it would decrease the attractiveness of local products. We have not done these measurements after 2006 because, in fact, today nobody really thinks. A long time nobody has thought about any attractiveness impact of local products. The municipality has even made the electricity and final disposal part as a part of its slogan. Attractiveness as a residence, there was a lot more people who thought that it might decrease 40% after 8 years of project. That part had decreased to 20%. I think that today it's close to zero, although we have not measured, because this is because of the tax revenues. One of the, let's say, the welfare is on a quite high level. It has the second lowest tax percent in Finland, and of course largely due to the nuclear power plants, but also our project. And it's a very kind of an attractive little municipality. We only have 9,000 employees inhabitants in Eurajoki, and in the nearby town Rauma, which is 15 kilometers from the power plants, there are 40,000. So we have a 50,000 people community here, and all of them have either they know somebody who has worked in nuclear power plants or Posiva, or they have themselves worked there. And in this context, I must mention that these are our employees are the most important ambassadors of our company, and they go to their homes and friends and hobbies. They tell how things are done in Olkiluoto, and if they tell positive message, then that's the important thing, that they tell what they see, what they experience in their daily work, and that if that message would be negative, nobody in the communications could do anything for that. So these people trust and have a good experience of working in nuclear and final disposal. Attractiveness of business location, same development here, that now in fact it's very good business location, but it was only more than 10% thinking that it was decreasing. Attractiveness to tourists, in fact this did not decrease that much, but it is still 15% thought in 2006 that this would not be attractive to tourists. But in fact, at this moment, when we build our visitor center, which is the number one attraction in this region, then that is the attracting most tourists in the whole region, meaning nearby municipalities. We do have approximately 15,000 visitors per year. In the beginning we had more than 20,000, but of course people have now most of them visited, but there are also always new generations coming to visit. So as I mentioned, our transparency, we have from the very beginning thought that everyone is an important stakeholder. We are recognizing, we are constantly checking what we want, that how do we interact with our stakeholders, and we feel that it's our obligation, our responsibility to be understandable. So if we are talking to school children, or if we are talking to politicians, or if we are talking to environmental organization, to universities, other educational institutes, we need to formulate our information and our message so that people understand and can discuss. So we don't send 2,000-page scientific reports and say that read from there, but we really work hard to get ourselves to get the message so that it's understood by every stakeholder. So it's always our fault if somebody does not understand us. The site selection phase ended into the decision in principle application, and in Finnish law, their system goes so that every municipality where you plan a nuclear facility, either it's a power plant or waste facility, has a veto right in the decision in principle process. And in Eurajoki municipality, the municipality council voted 20 yes and 7 no, so it was quite clear majority. After that, the decision in principle goes to the government. Government says only yes or no, or no. The government gives the decision that can have various conditions, etc. Parliament either accepts or rejects, and Finnish Parliament accepted that by 159 yes and 3 no votes. And the decisive arguments being that aiming at final disposal is a better solution than just resorting to interim storing. You see what is happening in Europe now. You have seen, if you look at European borders changing during the last 300 years, it's amazing. So, and we had ice age 10 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 3 kilometers of ice on top of the Finland. We will have it again in 15,000 years or so. So interim storing is not the solution. Option for retrievability must be maintained. And then the third argument that the present generations who has benefited from nuclear has to accept the responsibility of nuclear waste. Here I show some history. There's an annual poll which has been made since 1984 or something, but all years do not fit here. So the one question, this is a general energy issue poll. It's not about nuclear or nuclear waste. It contains biomass, wind, all kinds of energy related question, and that has been repeated for approximately 35 years, 40 years. And one of the questions is that nuclear waste can be safely stored in the final repository in the Finnish bedrock. Do you agree? And we see from early 90s, when we did not have the site selection done yet, that the amount of who agree completely or somewhat agree, that has increased through the years, so that approximately 40% of population now agrees that it can be safely done, 28%, because this is random around Finland. So fact is that in the eastern northern Finland, they really don't know about or are not interested in this issue. So the amount of people who don't know or don't care is approximately 30% over the years. And then those who disagree is now something like 33%. So you see that it's not kind of a 100-0, but those people who think that it can be safely done, the share of those people has increased. And we of course like to think that it would be a partial result of our intensive communication and interaction with the stakeholders. But we hope, of course, that this will develop further to a positive direction. One graph about the municipal issues I would like to show. This is from a university study, not financed by us. We don't finance the former study is not financed by us. We don't finance this study either. So this was some doctoral thesis in Tampere University. There was a poll which was asking from residents in Eurajoki, which is our municipality, and Pyhäjoki, which had this Fennovoima project, but that was cancelled now because of the events in Russia. And the reactor supplier was Rosatom from Russia. So it was, in fact, Finland cancelled this project, or Finnish owners. It was a private project, but it was still cancelled. This year, in fact, it stopped in April. So Eurajoki municipality is our municipality, and people were asked whether they consider trustworthy or untrustworthy the following stakeholders. First was the regulator, STUK, the nuclear regulator. 80% of people consider that trustworthy. And what we are very, very, very proud of is that Posiva, our company, is considered the second most trustworthy source of information of nuclear waste management. 55% of people in our municipality consider us trustworthy, and then there is people who don't, again, I can't say option, and only 15% think that we are not trustworthy. Then there's come ministry. Well, Ministries are not trusted very much anywhere, I think. Governments even less. And then our utilities, TVO and the other utilities of Fennovoima, TVO is very trusted, the nuclear utility also. So we are combined, we work in the same island and same municipality, so we do have common principles of sharing information. What is interesting is that non-governmental organization, this is very small local non-governmental opposing organization, and Greenpeace is local anti-nuclear, mainly anti-nuclear. Now they think they maybe change a little bit because of this climate issue is intensifying. So not that many people trust Greenpeace or this local NGO. Only something like less than 15% to Greenpeace. This is quite interesting. We also think that it's one result of both us and our authorities being very active in interaction. I would say 3 shafts of success for our project, how to achieve public acceptance, have been the trust and transparency. It takes years to earn the trust, only minutes to lose it. We do not risk the trust of our stakeholders under any circumstances. We can risk and lose money, we can risk and lose anything else, but we do not risk the trust. Then in the Finnish system, the trusted authorities are independent, and they are also quite trusted. They are quite active in their communications, and they answer when people have worries or people otherwise ask things from them. They answer, and then also the different licensing processes, permission processes, they are clear, and the responsibilities and roles of stakeholders are clear there. I think this is one shaft of success. I don't talk about pillars because we go down to 400 meters, so they are shafts. And then, of course, the people's own good long experience of reliable, employing, tax-paying, transparent nuclear industry. This is what I mentioned earlier about our employees being our most important ambassadors. So we need to work so that everybody feels safe and comfortable and trusts what we are doing. I think these are the 3 shafts of success. We were hosting in the Corona time, as you know, we were hosting the Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi from IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, and he was quite impressed what he saw, and and he's very active in social media, so he was calling Onkalo a game changer in nuclear industry, and this is what we are fully agreeing and very proud that our solution for the final disposal enables the sustainable production of nuclear electricity. And you can see on IAEA pages videos of and his statements of the visit. The site selection program, I know I'm starting to run out of time, but I try to keep it very short. So we started 1983 from white map of Finland, which we have quite old and stable bedrock. Our bedrock in Olkiluoto area is 1,900 million years old, and it is very stable. We are in the middle of tectonic plate, so we don't have earthquakes, etc. So from the white map of Finland, we identified 101 sites. In 85 from those, we selected 5 sites for preliminary site characterization, which is now ongoing in Ignas and in South Bruce. And then for detailed site characterization, 3 of those sites plus the 1 nuclear site, Loviisa wanted to get in for the detailed site characterization investigation for 7 years. That lasted for 7 years, and then we selected Olkiluoto. The grounds for proposing Olkiluoto as the preferred site is not only geological, because there are lots and lots of geologically suitable areas. So it was assessed to be at least as good as the other alternatives. And then we had the larger land area already there for the nuclear power plant operations, and so we mostly owned the island, and most of the spent fuel would be produced at Olkiluoto. We had existing local infrastructures, and of course the most important thing that local people were ready to accept the siting. And then nowadays, as I already mentioned, the project has been adopted as an important part of the community strategy for the future. I think I came into the end of my presentation, and as you protecting the biosphere, it has two meanings. First of all, we are advising our clients and showing the world that we can isolate one of the most harmful waste fractions from the biosphere. And then the second one is that we are enabling the carbon-free energy production. And in fact, if you compare to other industries' waste management, I would say that the waste management of nuclear industry is top of the tops. Thank you. I hope you get some idea, but please go to our social media channels, LinkedIn and YouTube, net pages, and you will get more information. Now, chairman or chairwoman maybe knows if I have time to answer questions or not, but I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Mika. Are we taking any questions? Yep. We have a couple questions for you that came through our online form. So we'll have Ethan ask the questions, if you don't mind.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation, Mika. One of our online questions is, was the facility excavated using cut and blast techniques, or was there another excavation method?
I did using cut and blast or drill and blast methodology, but it's very special. It's like doing it with silk gloves on, so it's not kind of a highway tunneling or that kind of thing, because the excavation damage zone restrictions are very strict. In final disposal tunnels, only 40 centimeters from the surface of the rock. We have been investigating, and we keep on investigating the mechanical drilling or mechanical excavation, which would be even more gentle. But the problem so far has been that machinery for that, even the developed machinery, is too big for this kind of a layout and this kind of a structure. But we keep on. And I know that in many countries the research of mechanical excavation is being carried on, and we are of course ready to change to that if the results prove good enough at some point.
Thank you. Our next question is on entrances. It appears there is a surface portal entrance. What is its use in conjunction to the headframe entrance? And if you don't mind, could you explain the difference between a surface portal entrance and a headframe entrance?
I'm not entirely sure if I got the terminology right, but you mean the driving ramp and then the four shafts? Or and the driving ramp exists there only because the project started by us wanting to do the research and development on the real site. So that's why we were progressing to different depths via the driving ramp, and lots of equipment and lots of research and development has been transported down, and there are different research and development niches along the tunnel. So that is the reason that it was in fact the only or let's say the best way to research the rock intensively in different depths, and that has been served during the research and development phase and the construction phase. But in the operational phase, it will be not used to other purposes than to transport large machinery up for maintenance and back down, etc. So that is the intention, or that is the plan.
Do we have one more question, Mika?
Yes, Mika, thank you for your presentation. I'm in the audience. My name is Norm Bush. I'm one of the councillors here in the city of Dryden. I've got 3 questions, but if somebody else has a question, I'm happy to turn the mic over after 1 or 2 questions and then come back to you. My first couple of questions, my first one is, do you see any risk in starting construction ahead of your final operating permit? That's my first question. Second question is, what do you do with the waste rock in terms of storage, leachate monitoring for acid generation, heavy metal leaching, etc.? So I'm interested in those 2 questions at the moment.
Licensing system according Nuclear Energy Act in Finland is so that you need first and only the decision in principle. Is the project safe, and can it be, is it for overall good of society? So that's the only political decision, but very important. And that we got in 2001. Then based on research and development of concepts, etc., you apply for a construction permit. And we got the construction permit in 2015. And based on that, you can construct. And of course, we are all the time, during these 40 years, we have interacted with our regulator, not only nuclear regulator, but environmental authorities, construction authorities, etc., so that nothing comes as a surprise for either side. So since we got the construction permit, it was already approved that this can be constructed so that it will, with high likelihood, be safe final disposal site. So we don't see any risk of not getting operating license. So we are constructing, and in fact we could not get operating license if we would not have the system ready for operation. But this 3-step licensing is a very good system for both the society authorities and the investor. And the second question of waste rock, that is, we do have a very, very clean waste rock, this kind of, I don't remember, it's crystalline rock, but I'm not a geologist, so I don't remember the exact species of rock there are. But we are in a happy situation because it's we have lots of space on our island, which is 5 times 1 kilometer. We have a disposal area for rock there, but we have in fact not disposed very much of that rock, because this is also, we have constructed harbor for the new nuclear unit, we have constructed wave breaks, we have constructed parking places and roads here. So in fact, none of these waste rock or extra rock, excavated rock, has been transported out of the area. We do have some, I don't remember the exact tonnage, but we do have some of that rock piled here, but it's also of interest for local industries if there will be harbor enlargement at some point, etc. So that is absolutely not a noise problem, not a landscape problem, not an environmental problem, because the stone doesn't really leak any kind of harmful substances. And if you construct the disposal area in Finland, of course, you have regulations based on what kind of things you are going to dispose, how you should construct the bottom layer, lead the waters, how do you should monitor the waters coming out, etc. So that has not proved to be any kind of a problem.
Hello, Mika. I'm Peter Ottensmeyer from the University of Toronto. I really enjoyed your disposition there of your idea in Finland. Now, one idea to mitigate climate change is to increase the contribution of nuclear-generated energy. With the advent of G4 reactors that can use up much more of the uranium, is it possible to retrieve the used fuel, or should I say the slightly used fuel, from your tunnels?
The retrieval is during the operation. It's, I would say, compulsory in most of the, or the starting point in most of the countries developing deep geological repository, and that is also about us, that during the operation 120 years the retrievability is self-evident, and after that it has to be possible. So we do have an obligation to plan and implement the project so that the spent fuel can be retrieved in the future, but it must not affect the overall level of safety. So we have to design it so that any excavation to get it back will not impact the overall level of safety. And on the other hand, it must not be easy or cheap, because it can also be, if it's easy to get it there, but it's not, because it's highly radiating and in very heavy canisters in deep and in the bentonite rock. Anyway, it must not be too easy or too cheap.
Thank you, sir, for joining us, I guess, this afternoon, your time. My name is Shane McKinnon. I'm a counselor here in the city of Dryden, and I'm also on the Dryden Nuclear Education and Engagement Committee. My question is in regards to site selection. You may be aware that we are approximately 1,700 kilometers from the nearest nuclear reactor, and I'm concerned about the proximity to site, and certainly you've mentioned that as part of your site selection. I wonder if you can comment further on the importance of considering proximity to the site of an actual reactor.
It is, of course, transport cost, but in the overall cost, I don't know the cost estimations in the Canadian project, but of course in the overall cost, I would say that probably transport is not very significant. And as far as nuclear transport on road, on rail, or on ships, it is being done all the time. It's business as usual. So nuclear fuel, spent fuel, is transported to reprocessing, which plants exist in France and Japan. It transported between sites and central storages. So the transport, in fact, is I would say one of the most safe transports you have in your highways or railroad, if you transport nuclear waste according to the rules and according to the or using those transport containers that are in the use. If you think about the amount of chemical trucks, oil trucks, everything which is being transported, so this is, I would say, very safe form of transport.
We had one final question come in online, Scott, and the question was, how close to the nearest populated area is this DGR, and how close to the water, the surrounding, I think it's the ocean, is this DGR?
Sure, but one must remember that it's isolated from biosphere, so there are no mechanisms how it could affect. If we have 20 meters of seawater, we have quite shallow coast, and then the depth in the bedrock is in 420. It doesn't really matter if there is 20 meters of water or 20 meters of soil on top of that. In 15,000 years, we will have 3 kilometers of ice on top of that. After ice age, it will have 600 meters of seawater or freshwater on top of that. So it's isolated. And the nearest summer cottage, if I remember right, is 600 meters from our fence, because we are on an island, so there are private summer cottages also on this island. And the nearest farms are just across the strait, which means less than 1 kilometer from our site. Town of Rauma was it 15 kilometers from power plants to city center, and the small village or town of Eurajoki is something like 10 kilometers. But the sparsely populated areas, they are either agricultural or forest areas. So this is not far from any.
Light from Northwatch. My question somewhat follows on Councillor Bush's question. Oh, there are two of me. Now only one? My question is about the long-term safety case, which I expect was part of your application filed in December, and how the review outcomes with respect to the long-term safety case might affect your encapsulation plant and its design. You described equipment as being installed. What's your design flexibility to accommodate changes to your design that might be the outcome of the review of the long-term safety case?
As I mentioned, we have developed this project in a tight cooperation with not only the authorities, but also the science community, international science community. So we did not provide any kind of a 17,000-page document full of surprises to the authority, but they have been involved for 25 years in developing, in the following our development, commenting. They have all the time commented and known what we are doing, and steered that you should do this more and this less, and go that direction. So we don't really expect any kind of a need for changing the concept as a result of review of the safety case, because before that we have already developed safety assessment for the construction license applications, and after that in a very systematic and controlled manner improve the safety case when we have got more and more information from the research and development we have done. So we don't foresee any need of changes to the concept or to the encapsulation plant as a result.
Thank you, Mika, and thank you for answering the questions. We're going to continue on with our next presentation here. So I'll ask Bernane of Northwatch. Mika, can you repeat what you're saying? Sorry, we just had you muted for a second.
Okay. Just thank you for your attention. Have a nice and productive day there, and bye-bye from Finland. Welcome to see our site.
Plus years, Bernane's worked with environmental, peace, and women's organizations as a facilitator and adult educator supporting public participation in environmental and natural resource decision-making and various planning processes. James was born and raised in Manitoba and has worked in various business ventures throughout his career. With a university degree in English education, he decided on a career in business instead of in the classroom. In '89, him and his family moved to Dryden and worked for 2 years in volunteer service with the Mennonite Central Committee to assist with a wild rice business startup at Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation. 2 years turned into 20 years at Wabigoon, including various roles with business development, startups, negotiations with the government and industry to increase resource access by First Nation, and participation on a negotiating team that reached a flood claim settlement with the provincial government. Dryden is now where he calls home. June Calloway Tarrant moved to Dryden in 1979 from Newfoundland and made Dryden home. A graduate from Memorial University, June had a 35-year career in community and social services in Northern Ontario. June and her family loved the beauty of the Dryden area and enjoyed all of its offerings, including canoeing, hiking, and skiing. June continues to be an avid outdoors person, taking in the nature of northwestern Ontario, and is working to protect the Sunset area. And Cliff Long of Cobblestone Lodge is an area resident and owner-operator of Cobblestone Lodge, and will be speaking regarding his thoughts on the impact to tourism. So whenever you guys are ready, you can go ahead.
Right. Good morning. Thank you very much. We're very pleased to be here. Pardon me? Oh, sorry. I can do that again. What's up? Right, try that again. Good morning, my name is Brene Lloyd, and I'm pleased to be here this morning to moderate this community panel. We're very pleased to be here in the territory of Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation in Treaty 3 territory, and here as a guest of the Dryden Nuclear Education Engagement Committee in the city of Dryden. So our panel is titled 10 Things You Need to Know About Nuclear Waste, and that's because our presentation in August today, and I'm going to just skip through these 10 things very quickly because I want to get on to our panel. So the first is high-level radioactive waste is produced in nuclear power stations. There is a potential for the waste categories to expand beyond the current suite of reactors, but the 2005 plan from the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, which is the plan of record, or the proposal of record, is based on the reactor waste. The NWMO is comprised of those nuclear power generators, those nuclear waste owners. In 2005, they released their adaptive phased management plan, and the end point of that plan is to bury the nuclear waste deep in a rock formation. And as you've heard, they're looking at two different rock formations, one here in Treaty 3 territory, the Revel Lake, in the Revel Lake area. There's no approved deep geological repository anywhere in the world. We just heard from Posiva that they filed an application the very end of December, but there is no operating deep geological repository. Sweden filed their operating application in 2011, and they've been through many iterations with their regulator, and they still don't have an operating license. The NWMO has said they'll only proceed with an informed and willing host. Prior to releasing their siting plan, they did hold a couple of forums, and they were given, I think, pretty good advice that they should define both community and that measure of willingness before launching their siting process. But regrettably, they didn't take that advice, and we now have a situation where a township 45 kilometers upstream from the site is designated as one of the two potential host communities, Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation, identified as also being a community with authority over whether this project goes ahead. But the Township of Ignace has now said that Township Council will make that determination of willingness on behalf. So potentially 3 people in Ignace could make this decision. The NWMO has, while they've been somewhat ambiguous about how they will measure willingness, they have said, with respect specifically to Ignace, that it will be the people, the residents of Ignace, who will make that decision. But the Township of Ignace, at least as of December, appeared to be on a different course. The NWMO includes in their siting process the option of adding what they call a shallow cavern or a temporary storage or a interim storage. And we heard a lot yesterday, Dr. Ottenmeyer's enthusiasm for reprocessing. It's been a concern of many that this option of shallow storage could be a midpoint between transport to the site, availability for reprocessing, which in experience to date is a highly contaminating process using the Purex system, highly contaminating process which increases the volume of waste and increases the challenges in dealing with that waste. NWMO says they don't intend to use that shallow cavern option, but it's still in their documents and they have not removed it from their plan of record, the 2005 Adaptive Phase Management. The proposed transportation scheme will include 2 to 3 shipments, road shipments per day for an estimated 50 years. There's many issues associated with this, not just the greenhouse gas emissions from transporting those very, very long distances from the reactor stations to the site, but also all of the risks associated with radioactive releases during that transportation, whether through normal operations or through accident conditions. The NWMO will transfer the waste from their current plan. Currently, the plan is to transfer the waste, put it in one transportation container at the station. There's no information released about that. NWMO says that's up to the waste owners, the waste generators, who are their members. Then they'll transfer it into a transportation container, move it to the site, and then transfer it again into there. The current proposal is for a copper container of, and that repackaging facility, we are in the last 18 months hearing some more information about that facility, but it's still largely at the theoretical or the concept level. But the work will be technically difficult, and it'll be hazardous to workers, and it will include releases to air and to the surface ponds, which will receive the collected contaminated water. The proximity principle is a principle that's at play in other jurisdictions, and that principle directs that radioactive waste should be managed as close to the point of generation as possible. And that is the principle that in our very measured consideration is the approach that should be at play in Canada as well, and certainly in Ontario. And there is a viable alternative to the transportation and burial of high-level radioactive waste. It's not status quo management at the reactor stations. Despite being a Northern Ontario organization and not having reactors in our regions, we have looked closely at waste management at the reactor station because that was the source of the waste, and we have identified a number of deficiencies there. It's not status quo management. It's moving the waste at site into more secure, more robust, medium to long-term, extended, the international language is extended on-site storage. It might not be the solution into perpetuity, but certainly for the next 50 to 100 to 300 years tends to be the common time frame in the international discussion. And that allows, it would take the pressure off our communities to accept projects that are not yet defined, that are not yet designed, that have a long list of uncertainties associated with them. And for the reactor communities, it would mean that the waste was moved sooner into a more secure management system rather than much later if that waste was to be left to be transported to some other location, have the waste go away. So that was the short-term version, and just really is the preface to our community panel. And I'm really pleased to introduce James Croker as our first speaker. And James is going to give an overview much more specific to the situation here in Treaty 3 territory. James.
Thank you, Brene, and thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. I grew up a Quaker, and I think I've become a croaker. It's kind of the way names go. Anyway, Kate, my wife, and I are residents of Dryden. We have 2 children, 4 grandchildren that live in the area. So we care. We really care. There's a few things. I'm not really that good off the cuff, but there's a few things, and that's what these events are for us to do some reflection, to think about things. And there's a few things off the cuff that I'd like to say. Number one, we are frequently referred to as the opposition. It just seems to have some connotations to it, the opposition. Really what we are engaged with is to engage the community in a discussion that yesterday Carrie from Environmental Law said it's very important to recognize, am I doing something wrong here? It's very important to recognize. You can stand closer to the mic. We're having a hard time with your audio. Okay, where the voice is coming from, and she mentioned that a lot of the information is coming from the nuclear producers. So it's very important. Really, when we're engaging with the community, and I'm a part of 2 groups, Sunset Country Spirit Alliance local groups, and No Nuclear Waste in Northwestern Ontario. But we're also involved with Brene at Northwatch, and we want to be very careful when we present publicly that we are not misleading and that what we're saying is true. And I know Chief Wadalane, and I'm glad you're here from Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation, has corrected me a couple times in dialogue that something may be misleading. And we had another conversation yesterday about something regarding Japan. I'll get to that. And I've taken some, I agreed with them. Some of the things that we're saying could be construed as misleading. We do not want to mislead. Brennan helps us a lot to make sure that what we're presenting to the public is true and not misleading. So we so the Nuclear Waste Management Organization plans to transport high-level nuclear waste into the area here. We know that. We've heard lots about that. Brennan talked about that. I won't go beyond that. We know that it's that NWMO is comprised, and that goes to where's the voice coming from. We know that NWMO is comprised of nuclear generation, and it raises the question of the information that we're getting is coming, a lot of it's coming from a vested interest. And yesterday, that's what we were warned of. You know what? Which button do I choose to go to the next one? What? Okay, thank you. I'm challenged in a lot of ways, not only with technical things, huh? So one thing that's obvious, but I just want to go through this a little bit. Nuclear waste, high-level nuclear waste is extremely dangerous. How dangerous is it? Well, just to give you a few facts on it, it's 1 million times more dangerous than the original uranium. Some isotopes remain radioactive for over 1 million years, some a lot less. And even low-level exposure can be harmful. And you can see Dr. Edwards' claim on this slide. And basically what he's saying is exposure to radioactivity can contaminate our food chain, our water, and our air. So nuclear waste storage, the header is it's unproven, controversial. And I just want to mention that Germany, not all countries are in favor of nuclear energy. Germany has had a very bad experience with storage of nuclear waste. It has, for them, as far as national policy goes, they are getting out, they're hoping to. This Russian conflict has kind of, who knows what's going to happen, but they're projecting to get out by the end of 2022 of nuclear energy. Their failure at their storage facility is estimated to cost $5 billion, and that it will take 30 years to clean up. And I think we need to remember that our government, us, are going to be on the hook if we have a failure over here. This is a much more complicated system than what they have in Germany. And any cleanup cost, if there's dislocate or relocation or anything like that needed, could cost an awful lot of money. I just want you to know that us as taxpayers are the ones that are on the hook for this. And this repository storage, we heard from Finland, they're doing very interesting things. I have a lot of respect for Finland because they have very good, I've known from forestry because I've worked with them, they have very good national policy, but that does not make what they're doing proven. So I'm saying that the proposed deep repository storage is unproven, risky, and extremely dangerous. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time like that on this, but I just want to show, and we all know on the map, the localized water. And Brennan said it, Ignis is upstream. Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation is downstream, and they have every right to be a very, very big voice in what's going on. They're close, and they're downstream from the from the water flows. Now, if you go to the bigger map and the more general water flows, what we take out of this is that this location that has been chosen affects two major water flows. One is through the Turtle River, which goes to Lake of the Woods and affects international waters. And the other one is through the Wabigoon River and Lake and into the English River water flow. Now, a lot of people, a lot of independent scientists and think tanks have said that water infiltration is a very, very big risk with this project. In fact, some have said that it's the most dangerous and irreversible risk gets into the water. It's people that know more than me, a lot more, I don't know how much. The presence, we do a lot of reading and we do a lot of research, and I've worked together with 3 others. We work 2 months getting together every few weeks. We don't just pick up a hitchhiker and go with the flow. We are going to scientific sources and getting the information. Anyway, it is potentially a big risk. Now, I would think that this site should be abandoned immediately. When I go I go fishing to areas very close to the site, and sometimes I'm very annoyed because beavers have put up dams and there's water and I can't get through, and thank God for 4-wheel drive. Anyway, there's water everywhere. We know that. Anybody around here knows that. Having a site with so much fresh water is dangerous and extremely dangerous. I don't know why they're considering that site on that point at all. Shortcuts cannot be tolerated. I'm going to skip this slide because Brené already made the point of shallow storage. And go on to the next slide. And this one is flawed process of consent and lack of independent scrutiny. Now, yesterday when Carrie was speaking to the group, was on the panel with a lot of different inputs, but Carrie from Environmental Law did not touch on it very much, but one of her colleagues, Teresa McLaughlin, is that right? McClenahan, sorry, did at another event, talked about the need for independent scrutiny with this. And another thing, I have said that Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation has every right and is probably trumps a lot of other people's reason to be at the table, but Dryden should not be excluded. Dryden should absolutely not. They're claiming they're the ones that provide services. We're going to hear more later from June about services, so I won't go too far into that, but the catchment area that Dryden claims, City of Dryden claims, is 25,300 and some. That's made up of tourist operators and all kinds of different interests, small communities. They come to Dryden. Dryden should have a major voice at the table already about hosting the site in this area. And I know it's the election coming up, and I know there's a lot of candidates that come here. I'm really happy that they are here. But I would hope that they would find a way to influence, to do everything they can to have a bigger seat at the table. They deserve it. Okay, now we go on to transportation. And, you know, this is the first time I didn't pay attention to this right away, the whole repository thing. But the first time, I think it was a Rotary meeting, there was a presentation by NWMO, and all of a sudden they said, what, New Brunswick? It's coming all the way from New Brunswick? What? And that's where my interest first, where I developed a lot of interest, and it didn't make any sense to me, knowing that everything that the main generation is in southern Ontario, 1,700 kilometers away, and coming all the way from New Brunswick. Didn't make any sense. And I will just make the note, it's on the slide there, that Sweden and Finland are both in stages of development with DGRs. It seems to be the flavor of the day. But both of those, and the Finnish representative talked about a little bit, that both of those sites are immediately beside a generator site. And the other thing about transportation, I mean, I would like to know more about, there's so much medically about radiation. If there's, I know if I get an x-ray or something, it's localized to one spot, they kind of recommend you don't get a bunch in a row or something like that. But when there's constant exposure on truck routes and transportation routes, there's considerable evidence that that radioactivity can kind of accumulate and cause effects. It can even accumulate and make the next generation more susceptible to radiation. And the more you look at that, again, I'm not an expert. I've been working with Canadian Association of Physicians. I did a presentation to them locally, and I did a presentation to them nationally because they had an interest. They asked me to. We're now working with a doctor from Cape, and I really think that the potential medical effects, to know more about that is extremely important. Maybe this isn't an issue. I don't know, but we need to know. All the people along the route need to know. So, you know, I think I need to go a little faster for other people's time. I'll skip this one. Challenges related to handling and repackaging, because Renee already covered that. I don't want to bore you with repetition. And I want to go on to there's no long-term proof of the stability of copper. We've talked a little bit. In Sweden, they did a test, a simple test. The test was this. They put copper into a jar of water, one sealed. They did two, one sealed, one unsealed. The one unsealed showed already corrosion in copper after 15 years. And that really alarmed people in Sweden. Big topic. Now, I went to Best Western at a presentation of NWMO. They brought their expert on encapsulation. I was very interested in that. I had questions about it. I didn't know much about it, but I did know about this. So I asked the expert, I said, well, you must be aware. You must be aware of what happened in Sweden. Yes, I was. I said, well, how do you feel about that? And he said, wow, it's a 15-year study. It's never been replicated. And it didn't occur to me right away. But over time, I have thought about this, and I said, really, all of the stuff that NWMO, no, I won't say all, that may be a misstatement, but much of the stuff that NWMO is presenting to you, to the communities, surrounding area, much of this stuff is not proven. It's not replicated. So they're telling me it has to be a replication for them to pay attention, yet they're going to our community and saying, I want you to approve this on just a hypothetical plan that doesn't have to be proven. I don't think about it. Anyway, that's my take on it. Anyway, the other thing is the copper coating is not very thick over here. In Sweden and Finland, it's much thicker. And one other thing I will say, that I've seen a claim by NWMO that the copper will protect for, I think, 7 million years, a really long period of time. Sweden saying it might be hundreds of years, so who are we to believe? I don't know. Now, I also wanted to, am I on the right one here? Oh, that was the slide I just went through. Okay, I'll go on to respected leaders, and there's four leaders that had high level positions with nuclear waste, with government programs in France, United Kingdom, USA, and Germany. And they came together and made a joint statement. These are people that are accredited, they're experts, they've been involved in the field, and they highlighted the extreme risk and danger of nuclear power and nuclear waste. They thought it was important enough, even though they had worked at high levels within the industry overseas and in the USA, they got together and thought it was important enough to issue a statement, a public statement, about the extreme risk and danger of nuclear power. Now, you know what? Former prime ministers of Japan. I just had a discussion yesterday with Chief Wadalainen, and the claims about Japan are saying 5 former prime ministers got together. Basically what they're saying, we were told that nuclear power was safe. Where do you think they got that information from? We were told that, and we believed that, and we were wrong. They also cite that nuclear waste is an unsolvable problem. But Chief, that could be misleading. Chief Wadalainen, rightfully so, said to me, Japan's a much different country than Canada is. And their terrain is different, their options are different. So I take that point. Japan has a different, in the sense of high-level nuclear waste and repository, it's different. Thank you for that. Okay, conclusions, get to the end. Many independent scientists and think tanks agree that high-level nuclear waste disposal is dangerous and current plans are experimental. So, if not here, where? Well, Brene went through that, I'm not going to go over it again. They're saying, fortify it where it is, give us time to be able to come to a solution that is more proven and not as risky. So, as a concluding comment, it's nuclear waste, high-level nuclear waste, dangerous and unproven experiment. Dangers of deep repository burial of nuclear waste have not been communicated to the public. And that is just saying that with NWMO, they are putting their case forward, and it's interesting. I've followed it. I've talked to lots of them. But I've also often asked the question, what are the dangers? And they kind of skirt that. Again, where's the voice coming from? Deep burial is essentially experimental and lacks scientific evidence of safety. There's nobody even doing it yet, let alone having a track record for us to look at. It's inconceivable that no accidents will occur over the 45 years. Sometimes it could be more, it could be less, probably more. Anyway, it's inconceivable there will be no accidents in hauling, handling, and repackaging. Radioactivity is so terribly dangerous, we better know for sure. And if we're wrong, the associated risks to water, air, and food chain contaminations scares the heck out of me. So I ask the question, what future will we pass on to our children, grandchildren, and future generations? And thank you again so much for giving me the opportunity to present over there today. I hope that each one of you, we're here, I don't disrespect somebody for thinking differently than myself. I'm here to help to inform the public. And I hope you do your own research. And if you come up to a different conclusion than I do, that's fine. Important thing is for an informed decision, we need to be informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. And, we need James Carver.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. It's good to be here. My name is June Kellaway-Tarrant, and I'm with No Nuclear Waste in Northwestern Ontario. Thank you. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that the implementation of the Nuclear Waste Management Organization's plan will bring significant changes and impacts to Dryden and our area. And some of those will be great. Some of them will be really beneficial. Some will be adverse, some manageable, some unavoidable, some irrevocable, and some unpredictable. So I'm going to share with you this morning my thoughts in regards to the economic, social, and cultural impacts for Dryden. The mining industry has had a long track record related to boom and bust. And I believe that the project being proposed here will have the same kind of boom and bust impacts to Dryden that have been experienced by mining towns. There are basically 3 phases to the project that's being proposed. And Joel last night talked about we're in the siting phase or the planning phase, construction phase, and then operations phase. And most of the jobs where we'll see the economy maybe have a boost will be during the construction phase and later in the operations phase. I ask you to consider this. Dryden will experience uneven impacts with the rise and the fall in the number of workers. So if you think about construction, during the construction phase, there will be times when there's going to be a need for 600 or 700 workers, and times when there's going to be a need for maybe 50 workers. And the same thing applies as it goes from one phase to the next. And based on the numbers that we've been provided by NWMO, the current phase has about 50 people or 50 jobs, and that's spread across the area, not just here in Dryden. And that will climb to almost 1,300 jobs during construction. And once operations have been completed, that will drop down to 290 jobs. So you can see there's fluctuation throughout the whole project, and really huge increase and then a big boom at the end of it. We can expect when that happens that land and property values will be impacted, rising with the influx of the workers that are coming into town and falling when the demand decreases. With the construction spike, an investment in infrastructure will be required to meet the increased demand for services. And Dryden will be faced with financially supporting the increases in infrastructure and maintaining the overbuilt infrastructure. It's important to remember that the infrastructure at the site of the DGR will not provide a tax base to Dryden. It's not in Dryden, so the services that will be needed in Dryden, the residents will be left to deal with that. The city will see an influx of outside workers because of the broad range of skills that will be required, not available here in Dryden, not available perhaps in the area, as well as the number of jobs that will be available. We need to recognize as well that some of the skilled and high-paying jobs may not be available to local people due to union agreements that will be in place with contractors, or because of the experience and the skills that are required to perform the job aren't available here. I expect as well that many of those workers that are coming in for these jobs will make greater wages than what's currently or will be the norm in Dryden. Accommodations during construction, I suspect that a lot of that will be on-site camps or nearby so that workers are in close proximity to the job. And camp workers are often a few weeks on and a few weeks off. So a few weeks at work and then a few weeks to go home. I've personally observed workers in Newfoundland that go to Alberta, and they work 3 weeks, 4 weeks on, and then they go home for the same amount of time, where they spend their money. So I suspect many of the construction workers will also bring their money home. It won't be left in Dryden. Next slide. So worker influx will create erratic needs for Dryden. Again, I ask you to consider this. Dryden will experience a strain on the infrastructure and finances. So the essential services such as health, education, housing, childcare will need to be expanded in order to deal with the worker influx, particularly during construction. And again, some of that is going to be anticipatory planning because we won't really know for sure how many people will be coming, will need what kinds of services and supports. And we won't know that until it happens, and hopefully the right decisions will be made. So Dryden will have to become good at adjusting and realigning services based on the changing demands and needs. So, the change in terms of the numbers and the changes in terms of whether or not individuals are coming or families are coming. And they'll have to make those adjustments as we have the rises and the falls. I've heard over recent months people suggesting that this project will keep our children and our grandchildren home. As was said in the beginning, I've worked across the north for a number of years, and the reality in northern Ontario is that we have an aging population, and our young people are leaving the north for larger cities and for all the things that larger cities have to offer. So I think it's a false expectation to think that we're going to keep our young people here, or young people of the future. I also would question whether or not our young people will really want to raise children and a family and live near a high-level nuclear waste site in the Dryden area. So next, this slide is about impact to vulnerable segment of our community, our social impacts. We often forget about those kinds of impacts. I believe that a boom may provide great economic opportunities for some, but that it will place others in vulnerable positions. I think of our seniors and individuals with fixed incomes. They'll be faced with increased costs. We know right now, with the current economy, that it's extremely challenging for many people. And this would likely become more widespread as this project starts to unwind. Also, the city, individuals, and businesses will likely increase debt load during construction to keep up with demand or to open new businesses. And at the end of the day, many of them who have taken that risk may be left with debt. I expect that many of you are also familiar with booms and bust communities, and that they have often experienced increases in crime, domestic violence, and substance abuse. We also will have a large number of transient workers that will be coming. And these transient workers are not committed to our town, but they certainly will be here to use our services and our supports. They won't be staying, they won't have plans to stay. And as a result, they won't contribute back into our communities. They won't be part of our helping community or our volunteers that are providing support and services in town. They'll be here to use our services. So just some general community impacts. Again, I ask you to consider this. The employment opportunities, particularly during construction, will likely attract single transient workers, and with it the associated alcohol, drug, and social issues. And I wouldn't doubt that it'll be likely that our police will be busy. I note that some of our municipal candidates included substance abuse and homelessness as concerns and priorities in their current platforms, suggesting that we already know that our community has challenges and struggles in those areas. Another huge concern is access to medical doctors and professional staff, and I think we can't underestimate that. As you know, Dryden currently has challenges recruiting and retaining doctors and all other professional staff. And I wonder if a nuclear waste site in our vicinity would further impede our ability to attract and retain efforts, our attraction and retention efforts, pardon me. We also know right now it's challenging at times to be able to access our medical care. And with influx in workers, I suspect that we won't see improvement in that area. And again, I note that municipal candidates have expressed concern with the current access to health care in Dryden. So again, it's an issue that people are aware of. As James said earlier as well, the taxpayers of Dryden will be on the hook for all the costs that are related to general infrastructure demands. So more people using our services and supports will require more maintenance, et cetera. And of course, if there's an overbuild, those infrastructure costs as well. Yes. So the next piece is on culture and irreversible change to Dryden's culture. And again, I ask you to consider this. The plan to have nuclear waste near our community is contentious and causing divisiveness in our community and between communities. And this is not what we want. This is not good for us. It's not healthy for us in terms of moving forward. And we're going to need to figure that out together, how we move forward. Also, I would say a lack of confidence and trust in community leaders is perceived by some based on the decisions being made for short-term economic gain. I want to say thank you and applaud those candidates that have put their name up in the municipal election coming up. And I know that this is a really challenging time, so thank you for doing that. Added to this feeling is a sense of lack of control and a lack of voice in communities' decision and directions for the future. Also, I would say that concern that our community values, things that are important to us, things that we like about our area and why we're here. So people feel that they may lose that. There's a risk that the plan potentially is not a good fit with our community. So basically a change to the community and the environment that we know and we love. I'd ask you to consider this. Sunset Country will be forever changed. Remember the identity of Dryden back in the 70s and 80s, that we were the stinky community? I mean, I traveled across the north. As soon as I said I was from Dryden, the first thing that people commented on was the odor, et cetera, in our town. And we've overcome that, but a new negative stigma will likely emerge with the creation of a nuclear waste facility in our area. So I ask us all to consider the sacrifices that we will make for short-term economic gain. I ask us all to consider the impacts to our children and our grandchildren and future generations they will be faced with based on the decisions that we will make. In the short term, jobs and income may be seen as beneficial, but in the long term, community, culture, values, and priorities that we embrace today will be in jeopardy. I am reminded of a saying that a Canadian writer and storyteller, Stuart McLean, frequently said, and many of you will know he was here in Dryden many times. And Stuart said, "We may not be big, but we're small." And I really believe that that simple slogan exemplifies the essence of our small city and our values. Thank you so much.
Cliff Long. Cliff is the owner-operator of Cobblestone Lodge and is going to share with us some of the concerns and the perspectives and what he's hearing from his counterparts in the tourism sector. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of visual aids. I need you to hear what I have to say. As this committee, my name is Clifford Long. I'm a proud owner, and I lived here in the Ignis area as well as at the camp for 36 years. First, I'd like to thank all of you for the opportunity not only to voice my concerns, but most of the concerns of tourist camps as well as businesses related to the tourist industry, along with local businesses here in Northwest Ontario. I might not know a lot about nuclear waste. I do know a lot about tourism here in Northwest Ontario. My camp, Cobblestone Lodge, is located on Rowley Lake, which flows into Rowley Falls, which is known to many who travel Highway 17. By the way, this is the same highway this nuclear waste can be traveled on also. Or know someone in the timber industry with the same name, Rowley Falls Timber, which is also, by the way, as well as tourism, a renewable resource. Both Rowley Lake and Revel Lake are the beginnings of the Wabigoon River system. A lot of people that live here for years don't know this. This river runs through many communities, including the town of Wabigoon, as well as the very town in which I'm speaking today, and flow north. I guess one could say the water connects us all. These waters are the lifeblood of the tourist industry. I'd like to bring to your attention tourist camps in this area have a number of lakes, boat caches. These boat caches are very important to the tourist industry. Two of my boat caches are actually on Revel Lake, which is close to this proposed site. These boats are used daily. It's only 15 minutes from my camp. I would like to also point out this proposed site has been referred to as the Revel Lake site. If this project is approved, everyone in the world will identify this as the Revel Nuclear Waste Facility in Northwest Ontario, Canada. Those are the words they're going to be using. What will happen when people go online for information on Revel Lake or Northwest Ontario and find out this remote lake is identified along with the nuclear waste site? I ask, how in the world are we supposed to just say, it's okay to fish here? They told me it was safe. How am I supposed to tell this once beautiful spring-fed waterfall from Rowley Lake, along with the Revel River, which feeds most of Ontario, but it's okay, they said it was safe? How am I or anyone in the future going to reply, it's okay, they said it was safe? You might ask, what is tourism here in Northwest Ontario? We don't have endless supply of white sand beaches. We don't have theme parks. We don't have endless sunny days, obviously. If you think only a few tourist camps would be affected, go online, punch in Sunset Country or Patricia Region. These are the camps. This is who I speak for right now. They only represent, the ones that are in these books only represent 2/3 of the tourist camps. I suggest you read their ads, see what they already bring to Northwest Ontario, and ask local business how important we are. What the tourist industry here offers is a chance to enjoy clean lakes, vast wilderness, and an opportunity to enjoy some of the best fishing in Canada that Canada has to offer. Most of the people visit Northwest Ontario are from the US fishing. Although right now my camp is full of Thunder Bay, Dryden, and Winnipeg people, everyone asking the same question: are the trout up? By the way, they are up. For years, we've attended sport shows in the US along with very elaborate websites, but most of all, all of us rely on word of mouth and repeat customers. This customer base has taken years to establish. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, closures of the border, we've lost 2 years of income. Some camps were forced to close permanently. Some it will take years to get to pre-pandemic levels again. With the closures of the borders and mandates, which are only being lifted now, all tourist camps have got a glimpse of what it's like without numbers of tourists visiting this region. I can tell you it's very frightening. Excuse me. No, I'm fine. Years ago, I was given 15 minutes to speak in order just to protect the shoreline of the lake that my camp's on Rowley Lake, from over-harvested trees. I believe we needed to show future generations the beauty of our lakes. Thankfully, this area is now known as Rowley Lake Viewscape Reserve. Then as well as now, I felt the need to stand up and protect this for the future of Northwest Ontario. All we have are the waters. Excellent fishing, wilderness experience that thousands of visitors who visit here, this area, look forward to every year. Many tourists come here to enjoy something which may no longer exist where they live. This sometimes is a feeling of excitement, a place to go, relax, a place to have memories in a simpler time, and a chance to reflect on nature in its true form. As a tourist operator, I cannot promote beautiful wilderness, clean waters, excellent fishing and hunting, and in the heart of this, a nuclear waste site. Mark my words, no matter how safe or not, there will be a stigma attached to Northwest Ontario. This stigma will affect this region for years to come. For example, when we were looking for purchase a resort, we avoided areas due to a so-called mercury contamination just from this very area. This stigma will remain and not only affect property values of tourist camps, but the property values of all who live here. It's already begun with the presence of the no nuclear signs and storefronts in our towns promoting this project. Tourists are asking questions, not about how are the fish biting, but nuclear waste. Waste in any shape, form, above ground or below it, is still waste. Let me remind all of you, we were led to believe that asbestos was a good thing too. I'm sure back then they thought it was safe also. Once this is done, it's done. There's no turning back. What we have here is to be enjoyed, not buried for hundreds of years. Years ago, we lost our spring bear season due to special interest groups and lots of money and political power. With no consultation or studies with tourist outfitters' involvement, just show a small bear clinging to a tree with the words, "A hunter shot his mother." It's that simple. There are camps with bear management areas, including mine, near and around this proposed site. Are they supposed to give up area? How much area will be buffered off due to construction? Will there be no hunting signs, no trespassing signs? Also, there will be as much as 57,000 tons of nuclear waste coming here. Will they start transporting and storing this temporarily above ground? How much land will that take? As you ask, as you know, most of our rules and regulations come from Southern Ontario. As a result of overharvest, easy access, too many people. This is not the case here in Northwest Ontario. We're not overpopulated. We have lots of water. And the tourist camps do protect their lakes. This is more important than any government regulation. This is our life. Some of you might think, no tourists, well, there'll be more fish and game for us. They don't hunt bears anyway around here. Would you visit or spend your money or take your family to a region where nuclear waste is being stored? These are questions tourists will be asking. Even more important, do you want to live there yourselves? Tourist outfitters are limited to four months a year to make a living. We've got 8 months to think about preparing for the next season. Right now, I should be thinking about a leaky faucet in one of my cabins. I'm sure if you're not being paid, I emphasize the word paid to be here, I bet you could find something else better to do. I stand here before you today because this is something that will affect tourism and all of us in Northwest Ontario for many years to come. Our job, as well as yours, is to protect and preserve for future generations. Don't let the thought of big money and promises turn Northwest Ontario into just a highway to get from Thunder Bay to Manitoba. Thank you.
Thanks, Cliff, and everybody. Are you guys okay to take some questions now, or do you have anything else to say? Okay. Was there any online?
Just going to pass the mic around here. Please put up your hand if you have a question.
Good morning, everyone. In case we have a slightly different audience today, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Nancy Greencorn, and I'm from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. And I just wanted to share a little bit of what our roles and responsibilities are. One is to disseminate scientific information. So our goal is to be an open and transparent regulator. So we do our own independent research. Some of us would very much appreciate talking about the research they do on an everyday basis and the international collaboration. So if you have information, you have questions on what's happening internationally, or how will the project, if it was submitted, be reviewed, we are very happy to share any information to you on that. We have an info account. Another one of our responsibilities is to do rigorous reviews of any documentation that's submitted as part of an application. So before a project would proceed, there is extensive reviews done on this, and it is our role to ensure safety by reviewing those documents. And I just want to take 1 minute to pass the mic to my colleague, just to give an indication about the steps that would be taken if an application was received, and how it would be reviewed by both the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission as well as our impact assessment.
Sure, thanks. So Connor Anderson from the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, project manager. I just want to thank the panelists for voicing their concerns this morning, and note that there is an impact assessment, an integrated assessment process that would occur for this project should a proposal be put forward by the NWMO and submitted formally to us. And concerns around social services, impacts to health conditions, social conditions, economic conditions, those would be considered as part of the impact process, assessment process. And so we would expect that there would be public hearings likely to occur, as we noted yesterday, in the communities that are most likely to be impacted by the project. So I'm not on the team that organizes those hearings, but I anticipate that the City of Dryden would likely play host to a public hearing. And there is participant funding available, so concerns such as those that we've heard today could be brought forward to the independent review panel, and concerns could be therefore addressed through the impact assessment process, and mitigation measures put forward, et cetera. So very, very key concerns, and heard clearly, and many valid. And so those could certainly inform an impact assessment process once that is underway. So thanks.
I'm sorry, Nancy and Connor, I didn't hear your question.
We didn't have a question.
Okay,
we just
thank you.
were
Thank you.
concerned
Thank
that some people hadn't heard about what our roles were yesterday because it was a slightly different audience
So no
today.
questions?
Yes.
Thanks. Maybe we could move on to questions.
Okay, I'm coming over there. I'll be right there. No problem.
Having heard of the town of Ignis, where the decisions are being made by the council, and some reluctance toward referenda, my question is directed as to the city of Dryden and the process that has taken place to this point. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here in a public forum and listen to different opinions. But my question is, will this be directed to a public referendum rather than those who are in city council? Personally, I think it is important that those people who are affected by whatever happens should be the people who decide as to the location of this. And as a follow-up to the gentleman from Finland, I did a little research, and I recognized that the 4 sites that were chosen or were looked at were sites that had the ability to store the waste. However, after having gone through the exercise, they recognized that it would make better sense from the standpoint of transportation, as well as the protection of the nuclear facility closer, to deal with those problems. My recommendation would be to look at the international decisions that are made and recognize these people have experience, they're highly intelligent, they're working on good information, scientific, but also taking into consideration public response. My understanding was that the site chosen in Finland had both of those things taken into consideration. Thank you.
Can I just respond to that then? I'm not sure that was exactly a question, but I'm glad that you brought up, because there's municipal elections going on, and I had put in a submission to the engagement committee to seek a platform for us to organize something to give a broader understanding to the community of what's all involved, not just a learning event, a learning plus event, I guess I'll call it. And there is a motion on the table, I think, that got tabled at the last Dryden, City of Dryden meeting with the lame duck, I guess I'll call it a lame duck council, that said that they wanted to disband the committee immediately after this event, which would have made it impossible for us to organize an event that could give more understanding to the broader community. So thank you for all the people that are here from our municipal representatives and also the candidates, and I would be very happy to discuss this more with anyone that has an interest. Thanks.
I think it's an excellent question, and I think this is an excellent time to be asking the question during a municipal election. How will Dryden represent the will of the community in how it positions itself relative to this project? NWMO has not identified Dryden as a potential host community, but I think that the same principles should be at play here, which is that the council represents the people. The NWMO some years ago went on record saying that a municipality, that it would be the residents who would decide, not mayor and council. I've already mentioned that that's shifted in Ignace. And the other host community, potential host community, South Bruce, the municipal council made a commitment to a referendum, but not until after the election, the upcoming election. So I think it's an excellent question, and I think now is the time to put that question to your candidates for mayor and council. As James has mentioned, it seems that there might be some dissolution of the Dryden Nuclear Education and Engagement Committee, as per the motion tabled at the last council meeting. There is another entity, a working group that the city of Dryden has representatives on, but that is not a transparent committee. There is actually a confidentiality provision in that memorandum of understanding, which I think is also very problematic for the people of Dryden, that there is a working group or a committee. I've lost the exact title of that committee, but the record of those meetings and even the ability to sit in on those meetings, they're simply not available to the people of Dryden, and I think that's very problematic. So now's the time really to raise this in the municipal election and ensure that the next council is accountable, is prepared to make that commitment to be accountable to the people of Dryden.
This is Mike Live. Can I make a comment? People aren't aware of this, that we're only about 20 minutes from Ignace Drive, we'll say the way the drive is. This proposed site, which I'm very familiar with, it's like I mentioned earlier, it's in my Bear area. It's only another 20 minutes drive, one way or the other. In some cases, depending how fast you drive, and everybody knows how the Highway 17 is. I think it's a false pretense that Ignace is going to benefit on top of everybody. Ignace does not have the infrastructure. They don't have the people. We used to have 3 grocery stores 36 years ago. Now we've got one that's got 3 aisles, and that's it. Many businesses are closing as well as they are here in Dryden. But 20 minutes, if you're going to bring your family here and make good money and work for a community on a project like this, you're not going to live in Ignace. You're going to live in areas where there's a town like Dryden. Dryden should be just as important as any town. Ignace should have never had this, and quite honestly, in my opinion, I believe all of Northwest Ontario, from Thunder Bay all the way to the Manitoba border, should have a say-so in this. This is going to put, as I said earlier, a stigma on this area. If you want to be known, it's not the paper mill country or part of the country where all the paper and the timber industry thrives and does well, and you just want to be known as nuclear waste sites. That's what it is. And it won't come down to Dryden, it won't come down to Ignace, it'll come down to Northwest Ontario. Okay, sorry.
Just a quick comment. People can drop by our booth and pick up our card, which shows our website. And this is election time, so I'm going to suggest to people it's a really good time to engage in conversations with the candidates. And just a heads up that we have posted on our website some questions that we asked each of the candidates, and it might be interesting for you to have a look at the responses that we have received. We did this because we really felt that it was important that community members be informed around what people see as being the priorities and what their plans would be in terms of moving forward. And so I invite you to pick up our card, become familiar with our website, and look at what some of the feedback that we received.
We have one last question, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, one last question, and then we will continue on, in the interest of time.
Thank you. I'm Peter Ansmeyer from the University of Toronto. You heard me speak yesterday. June Calloway's Tale of Woe sort of struck a chord because, in a sense, I worry about grandchildren as well. And I happen to have relatives in Dryden, and their kids and grandkids are now in Toronto and near Vancouver and so forth. So I understand that. So in my coming up here to talk, I asked myself, what can I offer Dryden that's positive? Because I'm aware of the boom and bust cycle, for instance, even in Pickering. Pickering used to be a thriving community in the 1800s of 10,000, and then it was a shipbuilding community and was living off transportation because it was on the route from Kingston to Toronto, and people stopped there. So it was an excellent community. But then the timber ran out, and CN Railway put a railway through. Nobody stopped to Pickering anymore. It went down to 2,000 and stayed there until it had OPG come and build a reactor. And within 10 years, it went from 2,000 to 60,000 people, and now it's 130,000. They're about to lose their reactors. I bet you it'll go down again. So when I came up here, I said, will you get away from the boom and bust of a deep geological repository, or can we offer something more permanent? And my solution that I presented was to have a reactor, and if you want to, because you're so courageous even to have considered nuclear waste up here, take that nuclear waste and make it into something positive. But at least have the energy from the reactor in the region, because energy is what determines your standard of living. So I would say, if you don't want to do that, is your intention to have nothing happen here in Dryden at all? And
If you have in the interest of time, if you have a question, we're going to take a quick break here, and you can go visit the booths and ask your questions in person.
Speak to Dr. Ottensmeyer's question, and I would say that his proposal to add a reactor to the NWMO's deep geological repository is in the extreme of adaptivity. I think it is a concern, and I think one of the real concerns with this project is that it is conceptual, it's in flux, it's adaptive. A concern that we have with the EA process, the impact assessment, no longer an environmental assessment, an impact assessment, is that it comes at the beginning and then there's several licensing stages. So the impact assessment process is, while the project could still be very much in flux. The concern we have with the licensing process the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission manages is that there can be large amendments to the license as it goes through that process. So, for example, the NWMO could put in a proposal for the impact assessment process, which does not include the shallow cavern, which does not include reprocessing or recycling or reactors added to their project. They could put that in at the impact assessment stage. It could go through the impact assessment stage, which happens at the first licensing. Then the second licensing is construction. It could go through construction where we have a public hearing, but the CNSC licensing hearings, all practice to date, the CNSC license hearings, the public hearings, a public intervener has 10 minutes to present. There was just a licensing hearing that the EA, the Environmental Assessment and Licensing hearing combined for the near-surface disposal facility at Chalk River, a very large waste disposal project. Northwatch, as one of many, many different interveners, we had 2 expert submissions and a general submission, and we had 10 minutes in total in that hearing to make those presentations, to have our opportunity to test the evidence. So that's the licensing process. It can go through the licensing process. We can get to the operating license, and there can be, at that point, very significant changes to the project from the project that we saw back at the impact assessment or environmental assessment stage. And we can even, after the license is issued, we can see major changes to the project and license amendment. And, you know, all respect, I'm very glad that we have a licensing process that allows public intervention. I'm very glad that we have an impact assessment process that examines the range of issues and will include in that point an examination of seismic risk. But there are real limitations to this project, and I think Dr. Ottensmeyer's, persistence in promoting the idea of a fast breeder reactor being added at a centralized storage site for the purpose of reprocessing or recycling, I think is a good case study for us to look at the uncertainties that we will continue to face with respect to this project throughout the impact assessment process and the licensing process. So,
that's their next step, to put a reactor here? Is that their next step? We're gonna have a reactor here now?
So
all right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm sure CNSC, Impact Agency, NWO, they all have booths, and they'd be more than happy to answer any questions you do have. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to shift gears here for a second. I'd like to introduce Cheryl Edwards of the Dryden Native Friendship Center. She's going to speak a little bit about truth and reconciliation, as well as some of the activities that are going on tomorrow. Take it away, Cheryl.
Bonjour, hello. My name is Cheryl Edwards. I'm the Executive Director of the Dryden Native Friendship Center. The name the spirits gave me is the action of a bird when it tucks its wing. I have a second name, which means a woman who speaks to others. And I received that name when I was in my early 20s. I had no idea why I was getting that name at that time. Today I know. So today I'd like to speak about truth and reconciliation. Tomorrow is September 30th, a significant day in terms of recognition of residential schools, truth and reconciliation, and the rebuilding of relationships. But first we have to go back to what the truth was. So the truth, residential schools was a painful and shameful part of Canadian history. These schools were given authority by the Canadian government to be operated with a specific agenda to assimilate Indigenous children. Indigenous children were removed from their communities, restricted from their use of language, culture, and were subject to horrific treatment while residing in these schools for years. Residential schools in Treaty 3, there was St. Mary's, operated in Kenora from 1897 to 1972. Cecilia Jeffries, again, Kenora, Shoal Lake area, from the 1900s to 1974. St. Margaret's in Fort Frances from 1906 to 1964. Macintosh School in Vermilion Bay from 1924 to 1969, and Pelican Falls in Sulikote from 1911 to 1973. There were 130 plus schools operating between 1840 and 1997 in Canada. The last residential school to close in 1996 was in Gordon. It was the Gordon School in Saskatchewan. The last federally funded school in Canada to close was in Rankin Inlet in 1997. Residential schools were operated in every part and territory in Canada, with the exception of New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. There was an apology by the Canadian government on June the 11th in 2008. The apology was issued and recognizing, sorry, I have a spelling mistake, wrongdoing and the impact, and acknowledging the abuse, neglect, and responsibility in the inadequate controlling of these schools and the agenda that was made by previous politicians. Their message in 2008 is, "We are sorry." Now, with some of the initiatives that the Canadian government has put to Indigenous communities include compensation that occurred. There was also a timeline in terms of how you could make your claim. One of the things that is very difficult is, how do you gauge how much pain that you endured in terms of claim or monetary compensation? Something that I've always disagreed with. I've also disagreed with the timeline for disclosure, simply because of the fact that many people are not ready to talk about the abuses that they had, the effect that it's had on their life. In terms of reconciliation, reconciliation is about rebuilding relationships through genuine and meaningful engagement. I use this term, genuine and meaningful. When it comes down to cultural awareness, things that are culturally appropriate, it is not just a check mark on something that you have to do to rebuild this relationship. It has to be heartfelt. It has to be genuine. It has to have impact. Community reconciliation requires a need and a willingness of the community to achieve a desired goal of reconciliation. Here in this region, we, being a community member of Wabigoon Lake myself, I have seen progress. I grew up in this area. I was born in Dryden. Educated myself up until grade 12 in the community of Dryden, went to Winnipeg after that. One of the things that I noticed is there has been movement in terms of, and I'm just going to say it outright, racism and discrimination. A lot of the times we have to look at, where did we learn racism? Where did we learn discrimination? And that happens in our own home. Most of the time it is because we have learned something that may not be true, or we have an assumption. For many years, we saw our communities resist each other. The community, Wabigoon stayed in their area, community of Eagle Lake stayed in their area, Dryden people stayed in their area, and at different times there would be clashes. And that, again, part of that has to do with the history of this country. There's a lot of mistrust when it comes down to some of the agreements, leadership, and different things that have happened in the First Nation. Again, because of some of the operations under the Indian Act, under policy, some of those agreements were not fully met. They were not recognizing rights. And again, with some of these treaties were signed nation to nation. We were a people who were not conquered. We agreed to share. And that's the misconception that comes, and I believe, where racism starts. The other thing with some of the exchange for some of the privileges that we have under the Indian Act. And I loosely say privileges because there is a lot that is not beneficial for Indigenous people under the Indian Act. And you can walk a mile to be able to learn some of those things. I do walk a mile as well at the Dryden Native Friendship Center, and it's about a 6-hour presentation. So just throwing it out there for the Friendship Center. Moving forward, we have to look at something called reconciliation through action. And I've just highlighted some of the things that, as a Friendship Center, that we've noticed with the City of Dryden. In the City of Dryden, there has been movement towards reconciliation in several ways that we have observed. As the Dryden Native Friendship Center, we've noticed these changes. Everything from the City of Dryden's logo and design and consultation. Tyler, if you're out there, loved the meetings. It was awesome. Also, the land acknowledgements that we now do. We are on Treaty 3 territory. We are on the Indigenous land that belonged to the Anishinaabe Métis people in this region. We were the original caregivers of this land, and we still are. It is a responsibility that we accept as Indigenous people that will be with us throughout our lives. Also, the establishment of the working circle, and again, I do commend the City of Dryden for this creation. It is a fantastic place to be able to address issues. I'm the co-chair along with Shane McKinnon, and we have a number of equal representation of Indigenous and City Council or City Administration. Again, a very courageous effort of the city to be able to establish this. Changes in terms of policy. One of the most notable changes, and the most important changes I felt, was a change at the cemetery, or in terms of burial, to recognize Indigenous burial practices. There was some negative press as to a misunderstanding when it came down to building a spirit house. And that it was, at that point, there was a discrepancy because there was a house that was built over a grave, which is consistent with many of our burial practices. That education happened. We met with the city, we met with the family, we met with leaders of the community, understood the cultural practice, and then made some changes to accommodate that. That, I have to say, is probably one of the most memorable things that I have noted in my time as the executive director at the Friendship Center. Not only because it was the right thing to do, and it was in recognition of Indigenous culture and our spirituality, but it was also for the city to be able to open that door, to be able to be in the room, to genuinely listen, and to make change. I do have to applaud the city for that. That was incredible. One of the other things as a community member noticing was the renaming to Memorial Avenue. When Colonization Avenue existed, it was terrible to drive by it every single day. And to continue to see it in the community, especially when we were on this path, and to see the change was fantastic. That word colonization is a terrible word for a lot of Indigenous people. It just reminds us of a whole lot of pain that as a nation we endured. One of the things I want to talk about on September 30th with the Dryden Native Friendship Center, we are doing our Parade of Orange in recognition of residential school survivors, day school survivors, and we are going to be starting at the Dryden Native Friendship Center, and we are going to be walking to Cooper Park. So we're going to start that at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Friendship Center. There will be a pipe ceremony at Cooper Park at 10:30. We have a pipe carrier representing residential school survivors, and we have a pipe carrier representing day school survivors. Does anyone know what the difference was with residential school and day school? Residential school survivors residential school students had to stay at the residence. So they were there most of the time sometimes they went home in the summer, sometimes they didn't go home. It was a consistent living at this school. Day school survivors had the opportunity to go home in the evening. That doesn't mean that they did not receive the same type of treatment. So we always try and recognize even the day school survivors because they suffered in many ways. One of the things that we do talk about with this in particular, and again, with the pipe carriers, is that all of us are in different stages of healing. Residential school survivors, day school survivors. My mother is a residential school survivor. She is here today. My husband is a day school survivor. One of the things that I know when I speak to a lot of people who come to the Friendship Center is how to handle the pain that they live with, how to move forward from that, the need to want to belong to community. Many don't live in their First Nations anymore. They live here. We also look and try and accommodate some of the issues that people have, not only as a survivor, but also as another generation. Intergenerational trauma is a big part of residential school. In other words, as a child of a residential school survivor, in many ways I got the residue. I always call that generation second. We got the residue of the residential school survivors. And I love my mother. She's fantastic. But there was a time where she couldn't show me that affection, even a hug as a child, because it was what she was taught in residential school. Now she hugs and kisses me and everything else. I know I can't physically sit on her knee anymore, but you know, I'm very glad though that our relationship has changed, and I had to get to an age where I understood and could cope and comprehend what happened to her. And I hear this story from so many people who come to the Friendship Center, who struggle. And again, at different levels, and we do our best to try and help. The one thing that we really try to do at the Friendship Center is speak of that relationship that we have with non-Indigenous community. We have so many volunteers that come to the Friendship Center, and I see some of them here today, and the contribution that they make to community. One incident, event, and it was a tragic event that happened in the city, happened to be a fire, and there was a number of Indigenous families that were displaced because of that fire, and a very tragic loss. The support from the city and the residents, oh my gosh, okay, I'm going to be emotional about this, was just incredible. For people to be coming to the Friendship Center with donations of clothing, money, gift cards, to help those families relocate, cover some of the costs of a funeral, and just to give that condolences and fellowship. That was an amazing thing to be a part of. Okay, I'm not going to cry here, okay? But it was just amazing to see that relationship. And 40 years ago, would we have seen that? That's what makes me believe there are changes. There are things that are happening. We are starting to look at each other with a different lens, not by color anymore, not by our history, not by some of the policies that were put in place to make us separate. We will also have a healing horse that is going to be at our event tomorrow. And the horse's name is Maggie. So she's a mini pony, miniature pony. And we are going to be able to place healing cloth on her, and also prayer cloth. A horse is very significant in our ceremonies to be able to carry weight for us. And that can be an emotional weight. It can be a grieving weight. It could be a weight of something that might be affecting us. And her spirit as a horse will be able to carry that. She has the strength to take it and to take it away for us. So that's why we are going to have Maggie there tomorrow from Horseshoe Connection. At this point, I would like to say miigwech. I know we are under a time crunch right now. And one of the things that we can do as community in terms of reconciliation, reach out to a Friendship Center, interact with Indigenous people, learn about our histories. We are very interested to learn about you as well. This process is going to take time. This process is going to take some trust. This process is going to take respect. And I believe we are moving in that direction to be able to do this. As a community, we need to learn more about each other. We need to be willing to work together. We need to be willing to work together in many different ways, which may include business, right? A lot of our First Nations are very business oriented. As a Friendship Center, we are always looking to develop those relationships. We have several strong relationships with many organizations in this city. The other thing is, and I thought about this on the way over, was some people say, well, how do we do this? We have demonstrated we can do this. And the demonstration came through the pandemic. As a world, we were facing something that we had never seen. There was no, this person, that person, where they lived. As a pandemic, we had to try and help each other survive. Within the city of Dryden, it wasn't only, well, this is your funding, and this is your funding, and this is your funding. Everyone came together to service everyone. As organizations and as a community, we demonstrated we know how to do this. We just need to apply it to many different aspects, and we need to apply this to reconciliation. Miigwech.
Thank you, Cheryl. We're at the city. We're excited to join you tomorrow in your festivities as well.
Thank you.
We are waiting for our final presenter from NWMO to join virtually. I believe she's coming in at 12 o'clock, so we're going to take a final short break here. I'm going to ask you to come in at about 5 to 12 so we can get the presentation started immediately as soon as she's ready. All right, welcome back, everybody. This takes us to our final presentation of the forum. Now we have Charlene Easton, the Community and Public Engagement Manager of the NWMO, along with her colleague Martin Stemeroff, to cover off community baseline study. So take it away whenever you're ready, Charlene.
Can you see it? Can you see it now? Okay. Just a sec. For some reason, it's turning off my video. Do you have the right view? Okay. Sorry. Oh. It doesn't let my mouse. Wait. Okay. Hide. Got it. I'm ready to go. Trevor? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, okay. My name is Charlene Easton. I'm a manager in the Regulatory Affairs Group at the NWMO. I'm really happy to be here. Apologize for the technical issues. I've got a bit of an echo here, but let me just try and fix that. Can you still hear me? Hello? Trevor? Oh my goodness. Hello? Okay, perfect, thanks. My name is Charlene Easton. I'm Manager in Regulatory Affairs at the NWMO, and I'm really happy to be here. I just want to thank City of Dryden for inviting me here today. So I'm going to be presenting on the results of the economic development studies. I just want to start with some key messages, and I'll come back to those messages throughout the presentation. So basically, the studies show us that the project will be a catalyst for growth for Ignace in the region over a long period of time. There will be economic diversification and skills training benefiting all. And in order to really optimize the benefits and the opportunities provided by the APM project, it will require us to work together throughout the region. We begin the studies with the 2020 Ignace Community Wellbeing Visioning process. This process involved engagement with the community over a period of time. What you see here on the slide are the sort of the composite illustration of the summary of the vision. The 4 pillars to the right, people, infrastructure, community study, community and culture, and economic finance, are the basis of 11 community studies that we conducted over the course of the last year with the Ignace Township of Ignace. I'm going to focus today on the last pillar, the economic pillar. To drill down on the vision for economic development in Ignace, we have 3 things that they have aspirations for: to enhance support and diversify the local businesses, to increase business activity and employment opportunities, and to increase household income through employment, contracting, and associated project opportunities. So these aspirations are quite common in the broader region, including Dryden in terms of wanting to grow and diversify its economy, and really speaks to the opportunity for us to align and work together to achieve benefits from the project. All of the community studies have a similar structure and purpose. The community studies ultimately are designed to inform the APM hosting agreement between NWMO and the Township of Ignace, as well as they provide pertinent information for other agreements, such as the agreement with the City of Dryden. The studies are going to all tell us what are the existing underlying conditions of the baseline without the APM project. They then look at what kind of changes would occur as a result of the project and look at assessing options for optimizing those benefits and mitigating any impacts. What the studies are not, and it's important to note, they are not impact effects studies done to the requirements of the Impact Agency of Canada. Those studies will be undertaken once we've selected a host community in 2024. I have a deck here that combines 4 studies, economic studies, shown here in the illustration. And these were done by 3 independent consulting firms. And I just want to put a plug in for tonight. We're having a Meet the Experts panel, and the authors of the studies will be at that. And when I say we, it's run through the Ignace CLC. And if you have further questions coming out of my presentation, there's an opportunity for you to join us tonight and talk to the experts. And all of the what I'm going to do is present to you the current economic profile, opportunities linked to the project, and the assessment options that came out of the combined 4 studies. A little bit about the project. By way of setting context, it's a large infrastructure project with current day value of approximately 26 billion. It will handle all of Canada's used nuclear fuel. It will involve DGR and an off-site center of expertise. The center of expertise will have an administrative office, and it will be located in Ignace. Its time span is 167 years, with critical dates including site selection in 2024. First, 2028 is when we're anticipating having this COE constructed and the beginning of having our administrative offices in the location. And then between 2033 and 2042, we'll have a construction when the DGR and on-site facilities will be built. And in 2043, operations begin. These are the temporal boundaries that we use in terms of binding our studies that we look at. And you'll see that later on in the presentation. The other binding element is geographical. So I'm going to be referring throughout the studies to two study areas. The local study area, shown here on this map. It's essentially based on a 1-hour commute to the Revel site, and it includes Sioux Lookout, Mayshon, Dryden, Ignace, as well as the unincorporated municipalities. Then we also have a spatial boundary associated with a regional study area. So this regional study area goes out as far as Winnipeg and Timmins and Sudbury. I spoke earlier about the construction phase, and we do anticipate that labor for the underground mining will be drawn from as far away as Sudbury and Timmins, as well as some of the supply chain. So we have a much broader regional study area. So these are just terminologies and planning assumptions underpinning the studies that you'll need to understand as I go through the studies. The presentation is in 3 distinct sections. The first one is going to look at jobs, and it combines the labor and workforce development studies. People are always asking what kind of jobs and how many jobs does the project need? What does the labor force look like now in terms of being able to supply those jobs? And then how can we make sure that ultimately we're optimizing the opportunity for local jobs? This slide shows us the jobs per each phase of the project. So in the pre-construction phase, we have 200 direct staff. We anticipate 180 of those will work out of the Center of Expertise, and a further 20 will work on site at the DGR. There's also the indirect jobs. So in the first phase of the project, we have to build the COE as well as some housing. So there'll be some trades associated with those two activities. In construction, we are joined by 430 trades, 300 surface trades, and 130 miners. These we anticipate will be, for the most part, fly in, fly out, or drive in, drive out. And currently in the conceptual design report, which is a source document for project description used to inform the studies, there will be a camp, and that camp will be located near the Revel site. By the time we get to operations, we'll be looking at 700 employees. And there's on the slide here, you can see the types of, this is not a comprehensive list, but it is illustrative. And we anticipate that the first wave of workers will, by and large, reside in Ignace. But by the time we get to the operational phase, that the employees will be spread out more evenly across the LSA. These job classifications come from the conceptual design report that was published in September of 2021. It's an engineering report, and it lists the classification of jobs required for the project as derived from the National Occupational Classification, or NOCS. So it includes, for example, engineers, environmental scientists, geologists, robotics specialists, administrators, managers, transportation, heavy equipment, trades, etc. What the study showed us is that of these job classifications, the current jobs in the LSA, the local study area, represent about 23% of total jobs. So there's an alignment there. That's in real terms, that's 2,400 jobs. By comparison, and we go back to the regional study area, there's 164,000 jobs in the broader area that actually match these occupational classifications, and that represents a 26% of their job pool. So it's roughly equivalent. However, as we all know, there's a real shortage and competition for jobs of this nature. So where there are positions those positions are filled. However, the good news is we have time. We have 10 years before construction to actually build up the local workforce in the respective categories. The study also outlines some key findings for the entire local study area. There's common aspirations to retain young people, expand the population, and employment and commerce. Without the project, the population is expected to grow modestly. The proportion of the Indigenous population is expected to grow faster than the non-Indigenous population. Labor force possess skills relevant to the project, but there's a high demand for that labor force, and it's taken up. And there's a strong, dedicated network of economic development organizations, as well as industry and educational partners, which present an opportunity for us to work together. So we will need to focus on sourcing the trades for the project well ahead of the need. We will have to recognize that the labor force is aging and there will be retirements, and therefore we need to be building that pool of labor behind those retirees. And most importantly, and we all know this, there's a real challenge with housing of all kinds in the area, and that becomes a bottleneck or a barrier to attracting and retaining labor. So that's an issue that needs to be looked at. The study then presents some options in terms of a focus for building the labor pool. It includes investing early in early education, in particular promoting STEM, which is science, math, engineering, and technology in both primary and secondary schools. Another option talks about enhancing post-secondary education and training and making sure that students who are in high school are aware of the opportunities that are going to be needed by the project so that they can begin to shape their own career aspirations and tracks towards those opportunities. We also talk about making sure that people who are currently underrepresented in trades or STEM are identified and provided support to pursue those fields, namely women and Indigenous people. And then for those youth who are not career tracked into professions or trades, they may be more inclined to look at business opportunities. So thinking about youth support, entrepreneurship support. Key takeaways from labor. The direct workforce will become resident given the longevity of the position. We need to focus on building the local workforce. There's an opportunity to educate youth on the project early. The project is a stable source of skilled employment that can support residents and workers and be a catalyst for new training. And labor is needed for construction. The labor needed for construction will be largely rotating shift workers traveling in from other areas. So the next series of slides focus on supply chain. There's an economic development study that pulls together all of the economic streams. This one focuses on the supply chain, this presentation. And it looks at what goods and services the project may require. What does the baseline look like now? And how do we get businesses ready to benefit from the project? This slide shows you the types of goods and services that will be required by the project. Excuse me. These are the direct goods and services. So we've got a number of commodities, we've got equipment, we've got construction and maintenance and operation. In addition, there'll be a number of businesses that come about as a result of what we call induced economic development. So with a growing population, we're going to know we need accommodation, we need grocery stores, we need clothing, services, etc. So there's opportunities associated with that. I'm sorry, my voice is cutting out on me here. So this slide shows us the concentration of business activity in the local study area and the regional study area. Summary of the characteristics of the study area: historical resource-based economy, boom and bust cycles. Tourism recreation is a focus, strong pride and connection to the environment. Many small businesses, with public sector being the largest employer. Travel to other communities for household needs is very, very common for services, healthcare, and recreation. There are challenges in the supply chain that we have to face and address in our options. How are we going to grow our local businesses? How do we attract new businesses? How do we make sure that we have accommodation and housing for those workers? This slide gives us just an illustrative example of opportunities for business development in the various phases of the project. So we have road construction, site preparation, COE construction, housing. We've got underground mining and construction, facility development, camp services, food, and trucking. During operations, we have continued trucking and equipment, progressive land reclamation, and municipal infrastructure maintenance during operations. There are a number of options in the study. You can see them on the slide. In terms of the kinds of things we can do to grow the local supply chain, including procurement policies, joint ventures, and support for businesses. The key takeaways from this study are that the project can be a catalyst for building and diversifying the local economy. However, we need to work together, that is NWMO municipality and businesses, to get ready. The last study that I'm going to present is a tourism study. And again, the tourism study, again, oh, I should mention that Mike Wakerly from Urban Systems is presenting tonight on the full presentation on tourism on a webinar at the CLC, IGNI CLC. And so it would be a good opportunity to get the entire study if you're interested. But I'm giving you a snapshot. It's what does tourism look like now? Again, what are the opportunities presented by the project? And what are some options to leverage those benefits? So on this slide on the left-hand side, you see the 13 regions. I mean, the Ontario government divides Ontario into a number of regions. Here we have 13 series of regions, A, B, and C. The data collected around this study, the tourism study, focuses on 13C, where Ignace and the area sit. And on the right-hand side on this slide, you see the 4 tourism associations that promote tourism in the area. Sunset County promotes the 70,000 lakes and rivers and focus on hunting and fishing. In a Northern Ontario tourism study, it found that tourism generated 9.2 million visits and 1.6 million tourism receipts, or billion, sorry. Destination Northern Ontario survey found that middle to high household incomes, that is 40K to 250K, who are mostly interested in participating in outdoor activities. And some of the challenges we all know associated with tourism are attracting new markets, linking tourism to municipal economic development, and meeting core skill requirements. We did in the study look at some of the things that Dryden had to offer in terms of tourism, as well as its own aspirations to address those challenges. The graph on the left shows you visitor origins, and notably the other Canada in the light blue. A large portion of that we would anticipate to be representative of visitors from Manitoba. They say that Keноra's population doubles in the summer as a result of people coming to the Lake of the Woods area. And the pie in the yellow, it really by and large represents American tourists. The graph or the table on the right, it was done as a result of a survey where people were surveyed to see what their top reasons for coming to the area were. And this is shows the ranking of those reasons here. The urban systems who did this study used a very interesting technology where they use cell phone data tracking. So what you see on this graph in terms of visitor origins, each red dot denotes where a cell phone passed through Ignace area, so through the LSA, spent most of its nighttime in a given year. So in other words, their homes where they were originating from. So you can see that there's a lot of people from that heavy concentration south of the border. So the two changes that drive changes to tourism are population increase as a result of the project, as well as the center of expertise. So we anticipate, or the consultants that did this study, anticipate that there will be an increase in visitors as a result of those two drivers of change, which in turn will increase the and improve accommodations, restaurants, wayfinding infrastructure, and information centers. In the study, I think there was a survey done to see what the reasons were that people came to the area. And the three reasons were family and friends, leisure, and business, and with family and friends followed by leisure being the top reasons for visiting. So with more people living there and more people coming to visit family and friends, that will be a key driver of change for tourism. The graph on the right shows you the number of nights people stay in the area. And you can see that the overseas folks tend to stay longer in the area. With the COE, there's an anticipation that there'll be an interest in niche nuclear tourism, and we will be attracting more people on that yellow pie graph, national or international interests. And there's an anticipation that there'll be longer stays as a result. Similarly, there'll be an increase in spending. With more visitors staying longer, spending will also increase. And the highest categories of interest of spending are anticipated to include accommodations, food, recreation, and entertainment. So the graph on the similarly, the graph on the right shows you spending in 13C according to US, overseas, Canada, and Ontario. You can see that the Americans have the biggest spend in the area. I'm going to just talk a little bit about the Center of Expertise. As I said earlier, this will be built in Ignace, and there's currently there's been some engagement that's gone on over the last couple months to look at what people's visions are for the center. And my understanding is there will be a new rendering to replace the one shown here for the center coming out shortly. So the anticipation is that with this attraction in Ignace, people will stop to visit the facility, that there will be an interest in tours and learning about the DGR. And in a complementary fashion, there's an opportunity to offer other kinds of tourism activities such as night sky viewing, expanded trails, and science-based activities. So in other words, it becomes a destination for education as well as complementary tourism offerings. Lastly, the study looks at potential risks that the risk is that people who are coming to fish, they may be impacted by misinformation, or they may be uninformed about the project and about nuclear. So, you know, that it's going to be really important to make sure that there's good, sustained education and learning around nuclear and the project in general. One of the things that the tourism study has in it is a series of case studies, which are quite interesting. And one of the case studies that we looked at was the Finland experience, where they have a visitor center, much, well, with a whole bunch of displays and primary function around educating people about the nuclear industry as well as their waste facility. And they have an extremely high demand for tours. And there's a lot of international attention and interest in coming to visit that facility. So it's an interesting case study. It's comparable. The key takeaways overall from the study, the economic cluster studies, is that the project will be a catalyst for economic growth over a long period of time. Gets us around the boom and bust cycle. There will be economic diversification and skills training benefiting all. And we will need to work together on shared interests in order to maximize the economic effects in the LSA and in the Northwest. And finally, recognize the importance of ongoing education, research, and dialogue. I'm going to end with this slide. And this slide shows you the list of studies that are complete or almost complete. And you will see the ones I focused on as amongst those. Again, I just want to remind people that tourism study is being presented at a webinar tonight, and the studies that I presented today in a summary fashion, the experts that authored those studies will be available on a panel for further questions and consideration following the webinar on tourism. We also recently launched a open house, virtual open house, and it has in it right now the studies that have been done up until July, including the ones I've just spoken about. And the idea is that we would be updating that VOH once all the other studies are done. Should I, Trevor, can you pull the link?
And running this event, the center for hosting us, Blank Productions for juggling all of our virtual participants and live streaming and recording the event, all of our speakers, panelists, everybody who set up and ran a booth, thank you to you. Thank you to Ethan, our moderator, as well as all of you for attending the event, and everybody online who attend the event as well. Just a few notes. As you may know, everything has been recorded. All of the sessions, including the session last night, the Q&A panel, they'll be edited and we'll have them posted on our website here in the near future. Colleen asked that any speakers throughout the event that they go and visit her at the registration booth down by the front door. She has something for each of you. And Bryce, our from Dryden Fire Service, is going to be hanging around at his booth for a little while here, and he'd love to chat with you about their Fill the Boot campaign. So I appreciate all of you coming. I'll close with this. Regardless of what your current thoughts and opinions are. I think Kimberly said it best yesterday when she said, stay curious and ask questions. Thank you.